I got an opportunity to be a whatever it was, a volunteer coach or whatever right after I got done playing, and I liked it. I liked working with the guys. I liked coaching the guys. I liked it. I liked sharing what I learned as a player with them, and it just seemed like the right thing to do. Plus, I didn't want to leave Morgantown.
When you talk about how this team dug itself out of the hole, how do you know if you can when you're leaning so heavily on players that have only been here a short amount of time? You haven't coached, you haven't really had a chance to develop them through their whole college career.
I have a way. I'm not sure. It varies. The idea that you treat them all the same is absolute BS. You can't treat them all the same. They're all different. They're all different. They have different expectations. They have different goals. You find out what makes them tick. You find out where they want to go, what they want to do, what they want to be. It's the same thing that happened to me as a player. I had no idea what I wanted to do. I wanted to play basketball. And right now, if you'd ask every one of them what you want to do, they want to play basketball. Whether that be in Europe, whether that be in the CBA, the ABA, the NBA, they all want to keep playing. And you try to spend time, work with them, try to make things realistic with them, try to tell them what it takes to try to achieve the goals that they want to achieve. And I've been there, and I've got a great staff. I mean, I've got the guy who was the 6th pick in the draft. Pretty good, and that's coming out as a freshman. He had a teammate who was the 1st pick in the draft with a broken leg, if you recall. So he understands. He's been through it. He can relate to them. I got another assistant who played for me, and then I got another assistant who was a kid who used to come down and rebound for me when I tried to get shots up after the game if I had a bad game, and I've known him since he was a little kid. So I've got guys I can trust. I got guys who, in a lot of ways, know a lot more than I know about a lot of different things.
At this time, we're going to Zoom Christopher Heidel.
Hi, Coach Huggins. This is Chris Heidel from Hermiston Radio in Baltimore. Congratulations on making the tournament. Just talk about playing against Maryland. You haven't played them in a very long time. What do they look like now in the Big Ten?
I think they're playing extremely well. Obviously I haven't seen them in person. I just have seen them on tape, but I think they're playing extremely well. And again, I think Kevin's done a terrific job of putting them in positions where they can be successful, which is what we're supposed to try to do, is put them in positions where they can be successful. I think he's done a great job of putting guys in positions that fits them.
In the very back.
Coach, I wanted to ask your perspective on this. We have a unique situation here in this city, having both Auburn and Alabama essentially having home court advantage in this tournament. You have so much experience in this tournament. How much of a benefit is that for a team to actually get to play in front of its home crowd, since that is such a unique advantage for teams?
Well, I think playing in front of your home crowd is a terrific advantage. I think that's why the majority of teams, when you look at their one-loss record and you study it a little bit, they have a lot more wins at home than they have wins on the road. I think it's a comfortable factor. I think just the bearing that the crowd has a lot to do with it.
Middle.
Ryan Decker, Golden Blue Nation. Coach, I guess kind of on that note, it seemed like last year when you guys were down here, there was a pretty good WVU set of fans that were here for that game against UAB. I guess what are your expectations for WV fans coming to tomorrow's game and then maybe one on Saturday as well?
Well, I'd be shocked if there weren't a lot here. I mean, we travel well. Our people travel well, and I think with pretty much the way we played towards the end of the year, I think our fans are excited about us making a run.
Coach, kind of going back to some of the transfer portal stuff, a number of players going into the transfer portal this week. How do you balance, preparing for this NCAA tournament game and preparing for the future as well beyond this?
I haven't. I'm trying to get our guys ready, give them every opportunity to win. That's what we're supposed to do. We'll worry about that later.
Joe Goodman, AL.com. Bob, you got such a great coaching tree, at this point in your career. What are some of the insights, I guess, in developing great assistant coaches?
I think the majority of us went through it. I was blessed to have a father who's probably, if you took a poll, would be the best coach in the history of Ohio high school basketball. So I grew up with that. I was blessed to be able to be around a guy like Eldon Miller at Ohio State for 3 years, who actually a few weeks ago came down and spent a couple weeks with me, and a couple weeks watching us practice, and I've just been blessed to be around basketball people. I probably spent more time around Charlie Spoonhour than his wife. Love Spoon, and Spoon and I had a great relationship, and you learn a lot from a guy like that. And I've just been blessed. I've had a great relationship with most coaches. There's been a few we maybe haven't seen eye to eye, but not very many. And the reality of it is, I love being around coaches. I grew up that way. I grew up in a trailer with 4 sisters and 2 brothers. Close family. You better be close. You grew up in a trailer with that many people. Grew up in a town of 500 people. 2 stoplights, 9 bars. I mean, I grew up the right way. I grew up in what people really think of when you think back about it. That's real America. So, I've been blessed.
Bob, NCAA tournaments, play different, officiated different, just style, nerves? Or what's the difference at this stage compared to what you've been through the rest of the year?
I can only guess, but I sure hope it's officiated different. The other part of it, we're just going to go play. We're going to study film. We're going to look at tendencies. We're going to hopefully see what they're good at. If there's anything they're not good at, I suspect there's not a whole lot they're not good at, because Kevin does a great job with them. But no, man, it's, who knows? Who knows? And I think the hard thing for officials is, I shouldn't talk about officials, but you get different guys. They don't all, during the year they're all to work together. They're in crews, and I don't know how much crew in there is, here. So different guys have different ideas, and that's not wrong. I just think sometimes it makes it a little harder on them.
Back to the middle front.
Yeah, question about trailer life. What are some of the values that you learned, around sharing and things like that growing up in such close quarters?
Don't be the last one in the tub. It's rough. The last one in the tub's rough. You're in a trailer. You kind of share the same water.
got time for one more question. In the very back.
I guess I'll ask one more, but back to the point of just having two teams, again, this unique situation with Auburn and Alabama. I just want to know, on the flip side of that, maybe there's a little extra pressure sometimes too. Again, I know this doesn't happen often. As a coach, do you like the neutrality during the tournament to be in a new environment? Does it take some of the focus away, maybe for the guys that are coming into something they're maybe familiar with?
No, I think we'd love for y'all to come to Morgantown. Let's have a tournament in Morgantown. It'd be fun. I'd enjoy that. I'm sure Bruce is excited about playing here, and I'm sure both guys are excited about playing here. Why wouldn't you be?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all. I get bored.
You do good with it, though. Just a quick format update. It's a little bit different this year. Practice days only. We are doing players on their own press conference, and then on game day, it'll be the traditional format with coach and players, and then the coach on practice day will follow his team's players. We will have Auburn at 11:05. You'll need to ask that lady right there. She's walking through there. Her name is Casey. That was it. I've been asked that a lot.
Time to? Yeah. They are. We're making some adjustments here. We're doing okay. So I think we were low on audio in your area. So when you adjusted the TVs, it's going to take a second. So just let me know if there's anything else we need to do. Got it.
Friday, all 5 starters are required to come to the press conference on Friday. So. Okay, we are ready to begin. Reminder, please make sure your cell phones are silent when you ask a question. Identify your name and affiliation. Auburn players we have are Alan Flanagan, Jalen Williams, and Zasper. Raise your hand and one of our mic people will get you a microphone.
Hey there, guys. Just coming in last night, how was the travel for you guys? Not too far. How does that help you guys going into this weekend?
It's gonna help a lot. It's only like a 2-hour drive. It's gonna help us a lot. Like just having our fans, the family, just to be around. Especially in the Alabama area. It's gonna feel like a home game in a way. So that's a great advantage.
Was that question for all three?
That's fine.
Okay.
Ryan Hennessy, WVTM 13. With Bruce's history with Iowa, has he brought it up at all? Is it getting emotional? Maybe I'll ask another question. He's got some history.
I seen a couple things on Twitter last night. He didn't really bring it up, but I was, he was young. I seen a young picture of him, coaching, back in the day. I know BP is pretty excited, just playing against Iowa, with him having history with those guys, but, he haven't really brought it up.
Right here to your right.
Ike Jones with the War Report, Auburn. You guys have any additional motivation looking at how the season's gone with all the close losses, and then last season with how you ended in the NCAA tournament for this season?
Really just us trying to make a run in the tournament, trying to, make history. That's what we come to Auburn for, is to make history. That's one of our mottos. So just being here, just trying to win each game, just taking it game by game.
In the very back.
Hi, Jack Leda with KCRG. For any of you, it seems like going to be a conflicting styles matchup between Iowa and Auburn. You guys can play some really good defense. Iowa can get out and run, play offense. Have you played teams in the SEC like Iowa, and how do you handle a matchup like that where it's such a conflicting contrast in styles?
Well, I think that's what you get prepared for. We have played a couple teams that, play Iowa style, but, we don't look on the past. We look at the present because, you take it one game at a time. It's March Madness. It's March. This is what we're here for. We're here to play, some of the best teams, in the country. And, that's what we have all week to prepare for. Iowa's a great team. They can score the basketball in so many different ways, but, BP put us in position. We come here to make history. We come here to make things happen. And, one thing we want to do is win.
With some of the games, Jalen, that you guys have had so close, does that give confidence? I mean, you've played with some of the best and almost beat some of the best, like the #1 team that's here today.
Yeah, it gives us a lot of confidence, but these guys say at the end of the day, those are still losses. So we got to move on to learn, just see where we can pick up from, and just like the little things that just cost us the games, and just learn from that and just move on. But obviously Alabama is one of the best teams in the country, and to play them close and have us be up by 17, and then just compete with them just tells y'all we can compete with anybody in the country.
Hey guys, Jeff Spiegel, ABC 3340. I know, you guys are taught to think one game at a time and you don't look ahead in the brackets, but we all do. And up next, if you win this game, is a game with the #1 seed in the region, and it's going to be here in Birmingham. So it looks like there's a path to the Sweet 16 that is pretty realistic, if you guys can get by this game. Can you talk about how exciting that possibility is about if you win this game to get a shot at the number 1 seed?
You know, we really just focus on the present because we know how tough this could be. It's like we out here, we're in Birmingham, you know, 2 hours away from Auburn. We take it one game at a time. You know, we never look past. Everyone put their pants on the same, put their shoes on the same. So it's like, you know, you got to prepare yourself for this one game only. We take it one at a time and, you know, just keep fighting and keep climbing because you never know what could happen. It's March. But, you know, looking at the path, you know, there's some great teams in this path, and we're one of them.
Okay, and for all three of you guys, talk about the jungle and the fan base and just how active they are and how, you know, rowdy they are and how they can create a home court advantage for you this week.
Well, I mean, the jungle, the fans, they travel. You know, they travel well. When it's a close game or a far game, they're going to show up. You know, they're going to show up deep. They're going to be loud, rowdy. It's going to feel just like it does in the jungle, night in, night out.
We got the best fans in the country. I can't say nothing else, but I know our fans will be here this weekend, and I look forward to, you know, playing this game. You know, this game is going to be special to me, special to our fans. I just know War Eagle fans will show up, and we'll be loud.
Yeah, this selection Sunday, I just knew once we were selected to play in Birmingham, that I just knew that all the students were probably looking at tickets right away and just knowing how loud the jungle was going to be like here and just supporting us, and they're always supporting us.
Andy Burcham with the Auburn Sports Network for all three. Guys, what did you learn just from the experience of the NCAA tournament a year ago?
Just that, you know, anything can happen in March. It's called March Madness for a reason. Each game is going to be competitive. It's going to be great competition. All the teams in the tournament are tough to beat. And just, you know, you got to bring it every night.
Last year was, you know, it was pretty interesting. You know, it was the number 2 seed coming in with a lot of confidence, being one of the best teams in the country. I learned a lot because you can lose at any time, no matter what seed you are, no matter what your rank. So it's like a thing, you got to stay humble. You know, stay dedicated to the grind. You know, every game is a grind. It's like you climbing a mountain, you know, to get to where you want to be, to get a goal, to win a championship. So what I learned is, you know, take it one at a time and, you know, just be dedicated to it. You know, keep fighting, keep going, because, you know, anytime you can gain confidence. Anytime you can, you know, just have a spark where you just make shots and have that confidence and playing defense each and every time. So that was my, you know, my focus on, you know, coming into this year and coming into March Madness.
Yeah, you just can't take anyone for granted because, I mean, these guys put on the same shoes we put on. Everybody can hoop in this tournament. You know, 1 through 16, like on the east side of the bracket, like can't be surprised if there's like some type of upset. Like these guys work just as hard as anybody else. Like as the first round pick to like not even being drafted, like they still work hard. They still got game. So just taking everybody and respecting like each team and just taking it one by one.
Any more questions? Okay, gentlemen, thank you.
most coaches giving overextenders.
Okay, if everyone would go ahead and take their seat, we'll begin. Coach Pearl will give an opening statement, and then we will take your questions. Remember, no videoing is allowed at all. And when you are called upon, please ask or state your name and affiliation.
Well, it's great to be in Birmingham, Alabama. I remember when having worked with Mike Slive when I was at Tennessee, and then when the opportunity at Auburn came open. Mike had been working really hard, along with Greg Sankey and then Dan Leibowitz too, to have men's basketball be as competitive as all the other sports were in the SEC. And he knew he had work to do. And I've always taken some level of pride in the fact that both at Tennessee and at Auburn, I've been able to be at two great programs and have those programs be competitive in men's basketball. And then, you know, to now see the city of Birmingham get rewarded with a regional coming back and being a host site. There's great history and tradition of NCAA tournament basketball in this building, in this town. It's been a few years, and so what a great reward for the folks in the state of Alabama to have, you know, two great teams, two great programs, be able to be here and competing for a national championship.
Up front.
Bruce, Kevin Skarbinski with the Birmingham Lead. How confident are you that Auburn fans will be creative enough to buy enough tickets to get in this building, because Alabama fans knew for some time that their team was likely to be here?
Well, I would imagine they're going to find a way to, you know, to get tickets. I know it's been really difficult. My phone's rung off the hook, and I've had to say no to a lot of, you know, friends and people that want to try to get tickets because they're just been hard to come by. But our fans have traveled. You know, for the last several years, it's not been like Kentucky Blue, but it's been pretty close. Neville Arena has been sold out for the last 5 or 6 years. I mean, a hard sellout. Like, you cannot buy a ticket to a game at Neville Arena, period, unless you have a season ticket and so on. So our fans have then begun to buy tickets all around the SEC. So our fans have traveled, and I'm sure they'll travel here to Birmingham.
Back up front.
Hey, Glenn Gilbo from Outkick.com. Coach, did you have a guess to where they might send you for this regional going in, and how happy or lucky did you feel to be so close?
Well, two things. One, I felt like we were somewhere between an 8 and a 10 based on the math. You know, our analytics had us all around 32 in most of the categories. And the body of work was clearly what mattered most to this committee. What you did in November mattered. And, you know, Auburn was the only Power 5 school to have 5 true road game against Power 5 opponents. Only 3 teams had more games, more appearances against teams in this field than Auburn. Like Kansas, I think, Baylor, maybe Iowa State. Then we're right there. So what we scheduled really hard, put our kids in challenging positions, so we got rewarded. Regarding being in Birmingham, I'll answer the question even before it's asked. In 2018, when we won the championship of the SEC, we went out to California. In 2019, when we won the tournament and got to the Final Four, it was through Salt Lake City and Kansas. And so, you know, the pod system was going then. And, you know, just the way it worked out, we had to travel. And so now the fact that it's worked out, we're able to be, you know, a couple hours from campus is great. That's why the pod system was created. It's great for our students and great for our fans and those that can get into the game. It won't have a huge effect on the game much, you know, because it's a neutral site and in every way. But we're happy to be here. We feel fortunate to be here.
Very back.
Hey, Coach, again, Carrie Osep, WBTM. So coming off of last year, you've been in this tournament, you've coached, you've had the experience, but coming off of last year as a number 2 seed, that confidence coming in, not having to be so, I guess, mentally, into that first matchup as you guys are in this one, especially with the closer seeding. What do you learn from that, and what's the mentality change possibly in this situation this year?
I think the only change is this: when you walk into the Auburn basketball locker room, there's an AU on the wall, and then it says "Make History." It's unlike any AU symbol on our campus. And I asked the guys, I said, "Tell me a little bit about Auburn basketball history." I asked the question in the locker room. They talked about, Charles Barkley, or talked about some of the coaches and some of the players. Talked about being number one in the country a year ago and some of our championships. I asked them, I said, "This is not going to be easy. It ain't going to be easy to beat Iowa. Our guys know that. Iowa's really good. And Houston is the number one seed. They got to play Northern Kentucky. It's going to be really hard to win that one if we get a chance. But let me ask you a question. Where would this team rank historically if we could win 2 games this weekend?" And so all you could do is work really hard to put yourself in position to make something really special happen. Now we got to make something special happen. We got to be able to stop the number 2 or 3 offensive efficiency team in the country in Iowa, who's bigger than us at every single position. I mean, taller, longer, so on and so forth. We're going to have to hang our hat on our defense, keeping it off the offensive glass, make some shots, play some special, and then survive and advance.
Coach Ryan Hennessy, WVTM 13 in Birmingham. That trip last night, you had a nice steak dinner. Is that something that helps a short trip? I know you guys have been across the country, across the world. How does that help to have a shorter trip? Does it really make an impact?
I don't know that it does. Whether you get on a plane for an hour and a half or a bus for 2.5, it doesn't really make any difference. But I will tell you, driving to Birmingham on 280 was never so much fun as with a police escort. I am telling you. I mean, it was awesome. We went through every single red light, and I tell you, we got here in about an hour and a half. So, and everybody knows what a ride that can be.
Hi, Bruce. Jeff Spiegel, ABC 3340. So I know you and Charles are really tight. Have you given him some grief for picking Alabama to win it all?
Let me tell you something. Charles Barkley loves the state of Alabama. He loves Auburn first. There's no question about that. But he's been pretty loyal to our state. And all I can say about Charles Barkley is he's going to tell you what he thinks, whether you like it or not. And so if he said that he thinks Alabama's going to win the tournament, he's not doing it for any other reason than that Charles thinks they're going to win it. And I've played against them a couple times, and they're good enough to win it. Nate Oates is one of the best coaches in the country. Done an amazing job, with this team, and they're talented, they're deep, they play the right way.
In the very back.
Thank you. On that note, just how special is it to get Auburn and Alabama? I know this is just we've all been talking about it, a unique setup to have them here in this first round. But how does that speak to just the growth of basketball here in this state? And what are your expectations for fans just in general this week and around right here in Birmingham for basketball?
Well, it's obviously the numbers speak for themselves. And, I believe that in the last 5 out of the last 6 years, either Auburn or Alabama has won a championship. We won it 3 times, and they've won in 2 years. They've won championships, both the regular season and the title. So Auburn and Alabama have represented and been a factor in the growth of the SEC. And as far as our fan bases being in Birmingham, will it remind them of the Iron Bowl and the festivities around it? I'm sure it'll just add to the history and to the rivalry.
Yeah, Bruce, CBS has ranked this game as the 3rd best matchup of all the matchups. And here's what they wrote. They said, if you're into seeing coaches act like children, you'll love this one. We'll set the over-under on coach technicals at a cautious 1.5. My question is, should I take the over or the under? And can you talk about the passion you and Fran coach with?
Well, I can only speak for myself as far as acting like a child, you know. But you know, I've got a couple grandkids, and I love their energy and I love their passion, and every now and then they throw a fit, you know, and so we still love them, right? I think it's one of the best matchups because of the quality of the teams and how competitive the game could be. We're gonna have to play well for it to be competitive. I can tell you that. And then Fran wears it on his sleeve also, and but we respect the game. I'll take the under on the technical fouls.
Joe Goodman, AL.com. Bruce, what are some of the things you love about Lior?
I love that Lior is one of our hardest workers. You know, Lior he's played the last 2 years, and had we not taken the NCAA scholarship penalty the last 2 years, Lior would have been on scholarship. So he's like a scholarship player for sure. He's a great teammate. You know, he's grateful for the opportunity that he's been given at Auburn, and he goes to work every day trying to reward Auburn for giving him the chance. I don't know that because he wasn't heavily recruited out of Mountain Brook High School that he thought he would get the chance to play on this stage, and he's truly grateful for the opportunity and wants to make the most of it.
David Eichel, 24/7 Sports. Bruce, just what makes Fran McCaffrey's offense difficult to guard? Is it the motion offense, and what can you say just about the consistency that Iowa's offense has brought, I think, for the past decade or so?
A real commitment to up-tempo basketball. A lot of fans or people that profess to know the game, they think the only brilliant offensive minds are the ones that control everything. You know, oh, that's a good shot. Look at wait. They got it to both sides of the floor. That's a beauty. I love when I hear that. If I can get the ball on one side of the floor and I get a good look, I'm gonna take that look. He shot it too quickly. That's a bad shot. Fran gives his players freedom and gives them confidence. And I think great offensive coaches that are willing to play with some tempo don't get enough credit for being as good coaches. Look, we know sometimes they're going to take a bad shot or early, whatever. So it's that commitment to the break. It's the spacing. He does a great job utilizing his personnel, putting his personnel in position to be successful. They play unselfishly. I mean, they don't turn the ball over. They'll get a shot off before they turn it over. So, I mean, he's been doing it a long time. He knows what works.
Ike Jones, War Report, Auburn coach. What do you say about the matchup with Chris Murray that you're going to have in this game? Do you feel like it's going to be something that's going to be super challenging for the team?
Yes, I think Murray's a tough matchup because he's a 6'9" that's longer. I don't know if he's 6'9" or 6'10". I don't know exactly what it is, but he plays longer than that, and he's a guard, and he's a guard, and so that makes him a real tough matchup, and potentially the way they use him, a mismatch. We've played against Brandon Miller, who was also a tough matchup. Chris has got a little bit more ability inside, but we've played, and we'll have our hands full because he can do things inside and out.
Jake Stansel, WBRC here in Birmingham. Coach, of course we know the special run this team had in 2019 and maybe not the best record as far as conference play goes, but have you or maybe any of the former players from that team shared with this current team how to maybe make another special run like that?
Well, I know the guys are in touch. You know, Walker and Jabari are text me a lot, and they're proud of our guys for for being here again without them. And you know, you heard from Sharif Cooper, and you know, heard from several of the former players. You know, it's kind of crazy to think that you know, Jabari would be a sophomore, Walker would be a junior, Sharif would be a junior, Isaac could be a senior. I mean, you know, we've had some pretty good guys that have run through this program that didn't stay here very long, and those guys have all reached back out, and they're around in the summertime, so they're still close to a lot of our players because they were teammates.
Coach Pearl, Jamal Kennedy, WSFA 12 Sports in Montgomery. What makes Janai so special, and how do you see his role? How do you see him making an impact in this game tomorrow?
He's an old school center. Can score with his back to the basket. You know, he is going to be, and at times he's shown the ability to stretch the defense with his three ball. He's a very willing passer. He understands, you know, the game. You know, he was probably one of the more important newcomers to any program in our league. Doesn't get talked a lot about, but where would we be without Janai Broome? You know, when you lose, you know, two NBA first rounders who are both, you know, being dominant rookies, that's a lot to lose. And Stephen Pearl led the recruiting on Janai, and he came in, he's answered all the questions about whether or not his game could transfer from mid-major to high major. It has. And being second team all league, all district is a great start for him. And I think next year he could be an even more dominant player.
Last question in the back.
Coach Chris Werner, the Daily Iowan. You guys are in the top 10 of three-point defense against percentage, you know, from opponents. What's behind that, and how do you think that might help you guys against Iowa, who shoots a lot of threes?
Well, it's a lot of it has to do with ball pressure. The interesting thing is when some of our guards have got both hands up, we may reach their like letters. Like I don't even think that our hand up, well, you might even get into their chin, let alone their eyes. So they're long, they're tall, and but you know that's probably, you know, ball pressure has been a function of our defense, and hopefully that can help our three-point field goal percentage defense, because that'll be important tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Maryland will be next. Is there electricity up here? I forgot how much Zoom sucks your battery. I am down to 23%. I was at 100 and now at 23. And they're working on something. Careful.
Is that yours?
Yeah, sorry. Hey, it's a little wider down here. There you go. Thank you. We're in business. Thank you. Do I? These slots, forget the headache they gave me. You're going to have to raise your hand a little bit. Okay, we're about ready to begin. Gentlemen? Y'all doing all right?
I tell you, alarms up. I need alarms that day, just random ones.
Okay, we are joined now by Maryland players Jameer Young, Julian Reeves, and Hakeem Hart. So if you have questions, please raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you. Please remember to state your name and affiliation.
I guess first blush impressions on kind of everyone, just the amount of newness this year between new teammates, new head coach, and all that stuff, to navigating the extent of the season with everyone trying to figure each other out. What was that process like?
Yeah, I would just say just starting early, you know, in the summer, a lot of new guys, new coach. So just trying to build that chemistry early with each other and with coach, and you know, spending a lot of time, you know, off the floor together. Whether that's playing on the game or, you know, going out and, you know, whether that's bowling or whatever it is, just trying to figure each other out and learn each other the best that we can so we can get this rolling. So it really started early as soon as we all got here and got acclimated with the program.
We'll go to the front and then the back.
Hey guys, Jared McDonald with the Charleston Gazette-Mail. I guess jumping into West Virginia, what's the scouting report? What do you see on film that those guys do well?
That's a team that gets after it a lot, you know, physical team and a pretty physical conference, I'm sorry, and a pretty physical conference. You know, they like to hit guys in the mouth first, you know, play really physical and smash mouth basketball. And I feel like we just prepared well for that throughout the weekend. We'll do good against them.
The very back.
Greg Hunter, Blue and Gold News. So with that said, what's key for you guys? What do you have to do well tomorrow?
I feel like for us to do well, we have to focus on rebounding the basketball, and focus on our defensive assignments, and get on in transition and play transition defense at our best ability.
Back to your left.
I'm sure you guys have been asked this often, but could each of you address the dynamic of your guys' home and away record and just trying to win away from the building and being more comfortable? Like, can you explain why there's such a separation there, or whatever you want to put it?
I would just say, you know, it's tough. It's tough to win at home, and it's even tougher to win away. So, you know, whether that's, you know, missing a block out, one less foul. We had a lot of games on the road where we lost by less than 5 points, or it came down to a few possessions. So I would just say just tightening up on those things and just being able to finish out possessions and just being a little bit mentally tougher on the road. You know, not having a crowd with us on the road and having them at home. It's a big difference, but, you know, at a neutral site, I feel like we have to emphasize that and be more focused on the mental part of it and being able to fight and come together.
Yeah, a little bit what Jameer said, you know, like a lot of away games we let it get away with us from little things like one last block out with Penn State and like 2 bad fouls against Nebraska, and
I feel like we fix those little things that we can get away with at home, like with the crowd, and we'll be good on the road.
Just playing in the NCAA tournament, nerves. I mean, what's this going to be like for you guys? Can you envision it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say just exciting. Keem's playing here, but me and Drew haven't played here, so just happy to be out here. You know, just growing up, just wanting to be out here, just watching March Madness, just knowing how many people are going to be watching, and you know the excitement that builds up just to playing. So I just feel like we're just going to be excited to get out there and compete. You know, it could be any time, it could be our last game. So just trying to leave it all on the floor at the end of the day.
To your right. Hakeem, can you just talk about what being back in the NCAA tournament means for you and Dante specifically?
It definitely means a lot. Like during your college career, this is what you want to do the most. You try to win a championship, so it definitely means a lot to be here again.
Any more questions? Okay, gentlemen, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
you just go right to questions.
Okay, we are ready to begin our press conference with Kevin Willard. We'll go straight to questions. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you, and please, before you ask a question, state your name and affiliation. In the very back.
So Kevin, just start with what you guys have to do. What are the nerves for guys that haven't played in this tournament before?
Yeah, I think everyone's really excited to be here. You know, for the guys that haven't played in it, I think it's a great experience. For us against West Virginia, we have to be really good in transition defense, and we have to be really good on the weak side rebounding. I think it's two areas that they excel at.
So I'll keep going and give my name early. Greg Hunter, Blue and Gold News. So West Virginia, Maryland haven't played often in recent years, but obviously you have a history. I mean, it was a while ago. Your thoughts of coaching against Hugs when you were at Seton Hall way back when, and then even before that, as a player at Pitt, what was that like?
Yeah, I mean, I have great respect for the fan base at West Virginia. Playing at Pitt was always a big game. It was such a passionate fan base. I said this before. I think Coach Huggins, there's a reason he's a Hall of Famer, is he hasn't stuck with the same style year in, year out. He's adapted to his team extremely well. They're always physical. They always rebound well. They always defend well. But this is a basketball team that's playing so much quicker than what he did back when I played against him 8-9 years ago when I was at Seton Hall. So I've always admired Coach Huggins in the way that he adapts offensively and defensively with his team.
Right here to your left.
Brendan Quinn with The Athletic. It's been like an endless conversation around the Big Ten for in recent years about translating from league play to tournament play and how things are officiated and all these things. And I imagine you're well aware. In terms of your first time making that transition, you know, what is your line of thinking on that of what translates, I guess?
I don't know. I got in trouble earlier this year because I made some comments that I probably shouldn't have made.
No one's watching this. So you're
yeah,
good.
No, Brad's here. Brad's just waiting for this. I can tell you now, going through a whole year of the Big Ten schedule, I can see a little bit. I think there's a couple negatives I found that I think hurts us in the NCAA tournament. I would say, although it's really cool finishing on Sunday right before Selection Sunday, having 4 of your best teams play at 12:30 and 2:30 after playing at night is a really, really hard thing for your technically four of your best teams to have to play Saturday when most leagues are done or championships are done Saturday. So the amount of rest that they get, I think it hurts them now that I've gone through the Big Ten tournament. And I'd also have to say the level of talent top to bottom in the Big Ten is something I'd never experienced. So I can tell you I think we get worn down as a league, has nothing to do with reffing, has nothing to do with scheduling. That's for you, Brad. I think what it has to do with is I think, we played 3 straight games and we went against Zach Edey, Hunter Dickinson, Stephen Crowell, and then we had to come back a week and a half later and get Zach Edey and Hunter Dickinson again. So I think there's such good players, and it's a very physical league because of the size that's in the league. I do think as the year goes on, I saw it, you do get worn down. And then you have your conference tournament that ends on Sunday. Purdue won at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Now they have to get ready to play in the NCAA tournament. It's really cool playing on CBS at that slot. I think I've watched every Big Ten championship game for as long as I can remember because it's really exciting. You're waiting for Selection Sunday. But I do feel the size of the league and the timing of the tournament. We lost to Indiana on Friday, and Indiana we were done at 11:30 at night. Indiana had to play at 1:30 in the afternoon. They're going to be shot. So I think that's from technically an outsider now being an insider. Those are my observations.
What do you think about just the nature of Big Ten basketball, it's interior oriented. It's typically slower tempos. It's things like that. It's a style of play. It's officiated a certain way. Translating that against both matching up with a team from a different league, but then also the officiating, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing I noticed, I thought this league was going to be slow. It's not a slow league. Michigan State gets up and down. Iowa gets up and down. We play pretty fast. I also think, matchups, we beat ourselves up, and, we have a lot of 7, 8, 9, 10 seeds. It's hard to get deep in the tournament when you're a 7, 8, 9, 10 seed just because of matchups. So, Coach Izzo's been to 7 Final Fours, so he's been right there. I look at Matt Painter, as good a coach as he is, he's had his opportunities. Being in this league now, I think we'll win a championship a lot sooner than people think. Terrific. Great seeing everybody.
That's how.
Oh, we still. Oh, sorry. That's how I am press conferences at home.
Hey, Coach. Just a few things about, this season with all the turnover, the transfers coming in, new guys coming in. Can you talk more about what those guys have meant to this team, and for a lot of them making their first NCAA tournament with Maryland, and also your first appearance in the tournament as head coach of this team?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this a lot. I think being very selective in the transfer portal and making sure that we brought kids in. Your first year in a program is really, really important. You want to lay down the foundation for what the future is going to be. You can bring kids in and try to knock it out of the park right away and try to do all this, and then year 2 you're really struggling, year 3 you're really struggling. We brought kids in who I thought were extremely high character, good players, but we're all wanted to try to help bring Maryland basketball back to a level that we could sustain. And I think guys like Don Carey, Jameer Young, Pat Emelian, those guys came in, Jahari Long, they all came in, they're high character kids. They complement.
Was a coach. What is it that leads kids into the profession when their fathers were there? Because you guys see negatives as well as
Child
positives.
abuse. No, it's child abuse. My first memory, I've said this, my first memory of life is helping my dad revarnish St. Dominic's High School basketball gym. I was out there pouring the polyurethane while he was sweeping it. There's a reason I'm bald. My brother's bald because we were both in there as kids helping him. I've been around this game since I was, like I said, my first memory. That's my first memory of life, is helping him in a gym. I was in the back of the van. All the guys at St. Dom's would try to get me to go up and make sure we could stop at McDonald's after a game. I love being around teams. I played the game growing up. I've pushed my sons to baseball, just because, I want them to try something different in life, because this is a very hard profession. I think as a kid, and I played for my dad, so it's a little bit different. I saw a little bit of the negativity, but I think you only see the fun times. You get to go in the locker room, you get to be on the court, you get to go through warm-ups, you get to be I was a ball boy for the New York Knicks when I was 6th and 7th grade. It's like I'm sitting there next to Michael Jordan. You just remember that. You don't understand that, you got to deal with, one of your players' parents dying, and, you have to deal with that, and you have to deal with these kids and their stress that they go through. You don't see that as a kid. But I think I was very blessed to have such a great father that included me in all those things. And I was very blessed to play for him, because I think he's one of the best coaches that ever coached.
Back to your left.
You're not going to ask about referees again,
I
are you?
promise. No Big Ten. I won't. There will be no calls from Chicago. Don't worry. When programs typically, oftentimes I should say, hire from family, right, and the coaching tree, or someone who played there, blah, blah, blah. When you're kind of a relative outsider coming into a place with the history of Maryland that people feel like they have ownership of, whether it's ex-players and all this stuff, kind of like, that's something we don't see, is I imagine a lot coming at you from, people who want to have a hand in in the future and things like that. And can you just kind of explain what it's like to kind of be in that position of wanting to coach your program, but also realizing there's like a million people who feel they have their hands on it?
So I guess, growing up in New York, playing college basketball in the late 90s, early 2000s, when Coach Williams really had this program, rolling. I think I was very lucky that I had a very good sense of history of Maryland basketball. So I was definitely an outsider because, coming from Seton Hall, being from New York. But I had a great sense of the history. And when I got this job, I always say this, like I wanted to meet Stevie Francis. I wanted to hang out with Coach Williams. I wanted to play golf with Coach Williams, even though everyone said don't go play golf with him because he's miserable. I looked at it as a little bit. I was a fan of what the history of this program was, and it was such an honor for me to be able to sit in this seat that I wanted to embrace everything that came with that. I wanted to meet every former player. I wanted to talk to every alum. Scott Van Pelt's. I got to have lunch on the first day of the job with Scott Van Pelt, and I'm sitting there going, that's Kevin Plank, owner of Under Armour, and I'm sitting there having dinner with him, and I'm thinking, I think you have to embrace that. You have to understand and embrace the magnitude of the job, and we have such a great. Not only do we have great former players from the '60s, '70s, '80s, but we also, Mark did such a great job recruiting in the 2010s and 11s. That generation too. Those guys are all playing. So to embrace Lefty's guys, Gary's guys, Mark's guys. We've had 3 coaches in the last 50 years, 60. It's been something amazing. So I knew the history of the program. I loved the history of the program. I was a fan watching the championship in 2000, 2001, the Final Fours. So I think that really helped me embrace this great tradition. I think it's helped me coach and understand what kind of style that I needed to play to kind of get this fan base back behind us. And that was really the main. I was just a big fan, to be honest with you. Now am I done? Awesome.
You're done.
See that?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Coach. Okay, we are ready to begin our press conference with Alabama players Brandon Miller and Mark Sears. If you would, raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you. Remember to please state your name and affiliation, and no recording is allowed during the press conference. Thank you. Up front.
Yeah, for both you guys, Austin, Alabama Central, only traveling 45 minutes to get here. You're going to have a lot of home fans both on Thursday and if you win on Saturday. What kind of excitement do you guys have for playing here in Birmingham this weekend?
Well, one thing, like you said, just the home court advantage. Just being able to have the Alabama fans come 45 minutes away, I think that's the biggest thing with us. Like I've said before, they give us great energy and we play off them.
Up front. Well, we'll right here, and then we'll go up front.
This is from Mark James Benedetto with Tide Illustrated. When you go back to the summer when you were talking to Nate Oates and talking about transferring, is this what you envisioned would happen?
Yeah, this is exactly what I've envisioned to what happened, to especially what we've been doing in the season. That's one of the main reasons why I wanted to come to Alabama.
For Brandon, Javon Quinterly around this time last year, quickly into the first round of the game towards ACL. The comeback has been incredible. I talked to his doctor today, 6 months coming back and clicking at the right time. What has he been like with the rehab? I'm sure you saw it, and what does this mean to this team?
Sounds like his story is just a crazy story, just from the ACL tear to, not being able to play a whole year. So I'm really happy for him. I feel like he's just a big brother away from home, just looking to win.
Up front.
Tony Reese, WTVM out of Columbus, Georgia. For both of you, just kind of with all the success y'all have had this season, how do y'all kind of block out the outside noise and really focus in on the goal ahead?
Well, us having the bond that we have, I feel like we all just lean on each other. We know our struggles on and off the court. We know our strengths on and off the court. So I feel like just knowing that just plays a big part in our success on the court.
Yeah, what he said, we love each other like a brother. That leads to on court, just having that bond on the court. So that's leading to our success.
Right here to your left.
There's only been one #1 seed that's lost, and that was Virginia to UMBC a couple years ago. How much was that brought up to you, just in terms of making sure that Texas A&M Corpus Christi is respected?
Well, we only can control how we play. We can't really control how everybody else play. We know how the energy that we need to come out in this first game to get a win. So yeah.
I know you guys got in around 6 o'clock yesterday to your hotel here. What was the 24 hours like? Did you guys watch the game as a group? How did you guys prep for the game tomorrow?
Well, we had a nice dinner, watching the game on a projector. So I feel like that's the biggest thing. Just, our bond is real. We're always together watching games. And I feel like just having that bond starting from May 28th, it's just gotten closer and closer.
Very back.
Jake Stansel, WBRC here in Birmingham. For both of you guys, I know you guys overall #1 seed in this tournament for the first time in program history. Do you guys feel any sort of pressure to deliver, or do you guys maybe welcome that pressure?
I say we don't feel any type of pressure because, we go out there and we practice hard, and when you practice hard, you really have you really don't feel any type of pressure when you're playing hard.
Front.
Hey guys, Steve Panetta with WTVM. So just being so close to home, how does it feel to have the fans being able to travel, basically being in your backyard?
It means a lot. Just to know that they can come 45 minutes away, just be here for us. Like I said, we play off them. They give us the energy that we need when we don't have it. Even away games, well, we see Alabama fans there, so I feel like they give the energy that we need just to win a game.
Any more questions? Right here.
Yeah, hey, Brandon, I noticed there's a security guy over there. Is this something you're doing regularly now, traveling with security?
I feel like we always travel with security. That's all I'm going to be able to say on that.
Right here, and then in the back.
Brandon, y'all were asked about the pressure of being number one overall seed earlier. You guys had a brief run at number one. I mean, do you feel more prepared to handle with everybody as the target on your back, everybody looking at y'all as the favorite?
Like you said, we've been number one during the season. I felt like before we wasn't as prepared, but I feel like now we're more prepared for really anything that comes our way.
Very back.
Brandon, Mark, anything you guys noticed about Texas A&M Corpus Christi? Any tendencies last night? Anything you got to shut down? Watching it last night.
Just watching them last night, we know that they're going to come out, and play us hard. I think any team that's here in this tournament today or this week is going to come out and just give what they have. So we just have to come out and give the energy that we need to win against a good team.
Brandon, Paul Newberry from Associated Press. I think I know the answer to this, but I feel like it has to be asked again. Just with all that's happened with you off the court this season, the stuff, is there any pressure or any burden coming into this? How do you block that out and focus on the NCAA tournament with all the other stuff swirling around?
Like I've said before, I just lean on my teammates. Really, they hear from me like a family away from home.
So, having just won the SEC tournament, what's the whole team mentality been like, wanting to just not settle, wanting to go for it again? Just want to get some thoughts on that.
We take it one game at a time, one possession at a time. That's how we're looking at this for right now.
Any more questions? Okay, man, thank you.
Sorry, we have one more question.
Oh, sorry, one more up front.
Question for you, Brandon. So, having just won the SEC, the MVP of the tournament, you have another chance to display your abilities on the big stage. Get your thoughts going into this, man. Another opportunity to show what you got.
Well, one thing is, you're right. It is another opportunity. But I mean, without my teammates, I wouldn't be here to this day. They pushed me to be the guy who I am today since May 28th. It's just been all hard work since then, all kind of blood and sweat. So, I mean, I think without them, I wouldn't have had any of the awards that I've achieved. So I'm just really honored and blessed to be here.
Up front.
Overall, encompassing this season, what's been really special amongst you guys? How have y'all been so successful this season?
Just how we bond with each other. I mean, I've never seen a team that bond just like us off the court. So, I mean, we're with each other every day, even at each other's houses. So, I mean, to feel like that just builds everything up just to get closer and closer on the court. So that's how we know each other's strengths and weaknesses. I feel like that plays a big part in who we are today.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are ready for Coach Nate Oates. Coach, if you would, give us an opening statement, and we'll take your questions.
Yeah, we're excited to be playing in Birmingham. When they announced first 2 rounds would be in Birmingham, we knew we'd, have to play well to be able to get to choose our site. The players have done a great job putting together a good season so we could play close to Tuscaloosa so our fans can come support us. So we're excited, first time program history to be a #1 seed. Excited to come in and try to win a couple games here in Birmingham. We watched the Corpus Christi game last night. They're a good team. It's been done before that a 16's beat a 1. Our players are well aware of that. As a coach, I've been on the other side of this, not a 16-1, but we were a 14 seed playing a 3 seed when I was at Buffalo against Arizona, and they were loaded at the time. So I kind of shared my experience being the lower seeded team coming in, what they're going to be thinking. My assistant Charlie, who just got the job at Georgia Southern, so congrats to him. He's done an unbelievable job for us in 4 years, but he was an assistant at Iowa State when they were in a 3-14 game and got upset. So we've had experiences on both sides that we've shared with these guys. We just finished practice. I think our guys are ready to go. I think we'll be locked in, focused on the scouting report. You know, when the stage gets bigger, the focus on the smaller details becomes much more important, and that's what we've been trying to get our guys to think about, realize, just focus on the little details. They've been doing a good job of that. So we're excited to get the tournament started tomorrow and see where it goes from there.
Okay, raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you. We'll just start 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, hey, Coach. Probably should have asked this after the game on Sunday, but we didn't see Namari or Dom. Do you have an update on them? Is that just a decision on your part?
Listen, that was a deal where, you know, we're trying to, it's hard to play 11 guys in every game. We kind of went with the guys that playing well. Stuff started out great. We just kind of rolled with the guys that were playing well at the time. They're both 100% healthy. Thought Namari's had 2 great practices. Would anticipate seeing him early tomorrow based on his last 2 practices and how focused he's been in video sessions and everything. I think Dom's playing really hard, and we'll play him as needed, but there's nothing wrong with either one of them. It's kind of one of those deals where Noah Gurley didn't play in 2 out of our last 4 regular season games, and he averaged 20-plus minutes in the SEC tournament and played really well for us because we've got a really good culture of guys staying engaged and focused and keeping their attitudes right and being ready to play. So I thought Namari's attitude on the bench was unbelievable. Dom's has been great all year. Noah Gurley's been great. So I would anticipate those guys playing.
You mentioned the UMBC Virginia game. Just how did you bring it up with your players? How much did you bring it up? And how do you think this team going back to November, December has handled playing some opponents that might not be, you know, the bigger names?
I think we've done well. I mean, you know, we have never come out and not taken those opponents seriously. I mean, you think about one of our better non-conference opponents was Liberty. I thought our guys came out and played really well, really focused on the scouting report that game. But, you know, we haven't talked in depth with the Virginia deal. We just mentioned it. It's happened before. Don't think because you're a 1 seed, you're guaranteed to get out of the first round. It's not guaranteed. It's, you know, it's happened already. Let's be aware of the fact that this team's, I mean, they're number 1 in their league in offense and defensive efficiency both. They're a good team. They play really hard. They've got good players. So they're a well-coached team. Coach Lutz, I've known Coach Lutz. I'm good friends with Coach McDermott at Creighton. He coached under McDermott. I've known him for a while. He does an unbelievable job, and they've got this program headed in the right direction. So we just made our players aware of the fact it's been done before, just to kind of heighten their attention to detail, if that makes sense.
Very back, and please remember to state your name and affiliation.
Jake Stansel, WBRC here in Birmingham. Coach, of all the teams you've had in the NCAA tournament, do you feel like this year's team is one of the best teams you've had poised to make a deep run in the tournament?
Yeah, I do. I think we've got a maturity about us, a camaraderie, a cohesiveness. The chemistry is great. There's literally nobody jealous about anybody else on this team, which is rare at this level. And the talent level's high. So, you know, the more you guys get to know our group, I think the more you're going to love them, because they really are truly, genuinely concerned about their teammates, and they love each other. So, you know, the group we had 2 years ago I thought was prime too, you know, but we shot 12 of 25 at the free throw line against UCLA and lost in overtime. So, you know, we win that game, who knows what happens from there. So we had a pretty good group 2 years ago. this group's similar, but they're definitely different. You know, we're younger, but I don't think youth means immature. We've got a lot of younger, mature guys. Noah Clowney, Brandon Miller, Jaden Bradley, Rylan. I mean, all four of those freshmen are really mature, and I like the maturity of this group. And like I said, just the chemistry of this group's really, really tight and really close.
Right here to your left.
Right here. John Zeno,
Sorry,
Associated
sorry,
Press.
sorry.
That's all right. We all talk about you guys being so close to home and being able to pack the arena with your fans. Is that an even bigger deal given some of the treatment y'all have received in the last from other arenas around the SEC the last couple months?
Look, it's always nice to play in front of your own fans. I think it gives you a little extra energy. This isn't technically a home game, but I sure hope that Legacy's packed out like a home game, and it's been nice to play in front of our own fans and front of some friendly fans in Coleman. So I hope we've got a similar treatment here at Legacy.
And Nate, Dan Wolken, USA Today. A few minutes ago, I noticed something that I've never seen before in 20 years of doing this, which was an armed security guard accompanying Brandon to the podium. I was just curious what the thinking is behind that, and how often do you have security with him right now, and when did it start?
If you guys saw some of what I've seen sent his way, I think you'd understand why that's the case, and I don't want to get into all that. It's the entire situation, as you know, is, I mean, it's just a heartbreaking situation on all accounts, but some of the messages from people that can sit behind fake email addresses, but who knows whether they're real or not, that I've seen, something that nobody would ever want their son. I treat my players like my own sons. I don't have a son. I have 3 daughters, but I put myself in his parents' shoes, and our administration's seen the stuff that I've seen, and it's appropriate. It's nothing a college kid should have to go through. So I think if you were able to see what I've seen, you'd understand why that's going on right now.
Ryan Hennessy, NBC 13 in Birmingham. Coach, a year ago in San Diego, we had JQ went down with a knee injury. I just talked to Lyle Kane this morning. He said 6 months is not normal for a comeback. What does that show, the things behind closed doors that people didn't see with the recovery? And he's clicking right now at the right time, it seems like.
Look, Dr. Kane's one of the best in the business. We're fortunate to have, in my opinion, the best sports doctors in the country right here in Birmingham that are our team doctors. So, with the help of Lyle Kane, our trainer Clark Coulter, we got a new strength coach this year, Henry Barrera, all those guys, the team of people that helped him come back. And then the most important thing is Javon's will to recover himself. I mean, he worked his tail off. I saw him on the side. Like, he worked hard. And then he was willing to come back when maybe his game wasn't perfect. Some guys would have continued to sit out until they felt, no, he came back, wanted to jump back in with this group, and I've talked about how tight-knit and close and the chemistry with this group, how it's been. He wanted to come in and help his teammates, and then also the quicker he was able to get on the floor, the more he could kind of get the rust. You can only get the rust knocked off so much in practice. So when he came for that South Alabama game and he was cleared and ready to go, and we'd kind of got up large enough, like, JQ, you want to get some minutes in the game? He's like, yeah, let's do it. So I thought that was pretty cool. We got him in that quick. Now, you see how well he's playing now. I don't know if he's playing as well now as he is if we didn't get him started when we did, because he went through some slumps. I mean, you've got to, in your mind, if you're coming back from an injury, you've got to be able to fight through the fact that, it's going to take a little bit to get more comfortable. So he went up, came down. He's on an upward trajectory right now with his play, and it's needed, because we needed. He was great. I thought he was maybe the best player on the floor against A&M. Did an unbelievable job defensively against Wade Taylor, who's one of the best guards in our league, one of the better guards in the country, and then he was good on the offensive side of the ball too in that game.
Nate Kelly, Tuscaloosa News. Nate, you mentioned Tuesday not knowing your opponent for that practice. Just you guys were going to work on yourselves a little bit. What were some of those points of emphasis, or what were kind of things that you guys coming into these games are focusing on?
You know what? I think on offense, when the ball's moving, we're better. We want to make sure the ball's moving. We call it our .5 game. You know, once we force an advantage, the first guy to touch the ball out of the advantage has a half a second to make his decision whether he's going to shoot, drive, or make the next pass. And that next guy's got .5 to do that. Like we want the ball popping. So we worked on that. Just kind of, we got some shooting drills, some advantage drills to work on that. Defensively, we worked on getting some individual defense back down. Your team defense is always best when your individual defense at its highest level. So we have some drills we worked on with that, and then we worked a little bit in transition. You know, when you're playing, when your practices only come the day after a game or the day before a game, you don't want to get up and down the floor a whole lot. So we were able to get up and down the floor and work, you know, make sure our transition's tight. We play in transition a lot, but some games we've been less efficient than others, so we tried to work on a little bit of that. And that's really about it, because we didn't want to go too long. We want to make sure their legs are fresh, because we got to play 2 games in 3 days. You know, and we need to make sure that they're fresh for both those games, you know, provided we get by the first game.
Up front.
Yeah, Tony Reese, WTVM Sports 9 out of Columbus, Georgia. Coach, talk about the success your team has had this season, just kind of knowing that you're the #1 team, ultimately the team to beat in this tournament. Kind of how do you block out the outside noise, and really what's been the motivation game in and game out to try to make a deep run?
Yeah, our guys have been really mature about kind of focusing on the task at hand. So, you know, how do you play well tomorrow? Well, you practice great today. Well, how do you make sure you practice great today? You make sure your mind's where your feet are at. So our video session last night, our guys were great. A lot of guys stayed on and studied a lot more video on their own last night because they had great questions during our video session this morning. You know, our video session this morning, they had a lot of good, I mean, our coaches bring stuff. We're open enough, like if you players got points you want to make, ideas you've got, bring them. We're the coaches are here to help you guys get better and make you the best you can be. And I think it's that mentality of like, we're all in this together. We're trying to get to be the best we can be, and let's just make sure we're all focused and have a great practice. I thought we had a really good practice day. We only went an hour. You know, we're going to get 40 minutes to shoot, so we want to make sure they're fresh. But I think great practices, great video sessions lead to playing well, and I think our guys have done that all year.
Last question right here.
Curious at WVTM. Nate, we've talked a lot this season, but you know the intangibles from a team. You know when you have a basketball IQ, you know when you have talent. But I know you've wanted to create a winning culture. At what point in the season do you see that come to fruition for a team? And also, how much of that is encouragement from the coaching staff or just the guys that you have in the locker room?
You know what? Quick story to kind of talk about that. You know, I think, you know, we had the foreign trip this summer, so that helped everybody kind of get tighter, closer. They're over in Europe, in non-English speaking countries, hanging out. So I thought we developed a pretty good bond through the summer. And then the rules in Division I are you get 2, either scrimmage, exhibition, whatever, before you play real games. Well, we had a close scrimmage at TCU to open up our first, you know, we won the 3 games over in Europe, so everybody's feeling good. And everybody's got great culture in the summer from what I think. Well, the first time we played somebody else, I think we were down 30 at the half at TCU. We had a lot of freshmen, a lot of new players. I think over 75% of our scoring this year is coming from newcomers. So first time we played somebody, and TCU had, I think, the most production back maybe of any high major team in the country. So it was a great scrimmage to get. You know, that was part of the plan. I didn't plan on losing the half by 30, but we did. Then the second half went a little better. Brandon kind of asserted himself, and we're not going to get drilled like we did in the first half. So he was better, but we still lost it. So we got back, you know, nothing to do with the coaches, completely the players. They had a players-only meeting the next day. You know, Noah Gurley, Javon Quinterly, some of the guys that have been around, like, this is not what we envisioned. This is not what we said we're going to be about. This is not who we are. I don't know what was said in the meeting, but at that point, I knew the culture was headed. Now, we hadn't won a game. We just got drilled. But I knew we were about the right stuff because the next practices, completely flipped. Then we had our next exhibition game against Southern Illinois, who's a good team, and we played much better. We came out in the first game and looked completely different than we had in that close scrimmage. Then maybe the next one, after we played here, we only played in Birmingham once this year. It was against Gonzaga, and we weren't very good. It turned into an offensive shootout. There was no defense being played on our side. We got back from that game. We lost the game. I kind of asked the players, like, what happened? Just said we didn't do what we needed to on the defensive end. I said, so when we're playing defense, the offense a lot of times takes care of itself. We're one of the best teams in the country. When we forget about playing defense, we're a really average team. So they kind of admitted to me exactly what I would have told them, but it's a lot better when you ask them and they come up with it themselves. So, and really some of our freshmen were saying that. So when we lost to Gonzaga, sometimes you need a wake-up call. We kind of got ourselves woke up, and then the loss at Oklahoma was another one. So we haven't had many losses, but I felt like the response after every one, and us getting better at the stuff we weren't good at in those losses, and we fixed it, and let's make sure it doesn't rear up again. I think we've done a pretty good job of that. So, I mean, that's a couple of the stories I'd have for you on the question you asked. So appreciate you guys' time. Thanks. Roll Tide.
We'll have Iowa players at 1:20.
I knew we were running out of time. He went 2 minutes over, but he gave long answers. Does he? Right, right. That's outstanding. I've seen it before at Kentucky. I've seen Kentucky players have it. When I was at State, Dak Prescott, we had security for him too. You know. Right. And smart.
So,
Well, especially for this next one, I would have
yes.
not got everything
Yes,
figured out.
they had a lot of pronunciation guides on their site, thankfully. And then I was sitting next to the Texas A&M Corpus Christi beat writer. So I was able to be like, hey, how do you pronounce this? How do you pronounce that?
The Alabama coach was up here to figure it out.
That's understandable.
Then he never even mentioned his name.
Is that so?
So close you don't even know his name.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to make sure.
What's that? Yeah, I'm getting the placards up right now.
Atta boy.
I know that guy.
Okay, we are ready for Iowa players Chris Murray, Philip Rabracha, and Connor McCaffrey. If you would, raise your hand. We'll get a microphone, and please remember to state your name and affiliation.
David Eichel, 24/7 Sports. Connor, now that you've gotten the chance to kind of dissect Auburn's team, what stands out about their defense? They're one of the best perimeter defending teams in the country.
Yeah, their pressure. They're really fly at shooters. So definitely going to need to deal with that and kind of adjust, throughout the game. But they really get up in your space. They're athletic. They're fast. Obviously, we've all seen that. So just going to need to be a disciplined game. Try to not let them speed us up.
Adam Jacoby, Rivals.com. We've heard a few times that the team wants to take sort of a business-like approach to preparing for this game, but also you guys as seniors, you two in particular, this is sort of a big deal. How do you balance that emotion with the attempt to, prepare it a normal way?
I mean, it's definitely difficult. It's emotional. Speaking for myself, this could be one of my last games as a Hawkeye and probably like one of the last games in my college career. But I'm out here, enjoying my time, and I gotta still stay focused because if we win, I feel like we can, make a run. So just executing the game plan and just having a business-like approach, like you said, is key.
Yeah, and for me as well. This kind of last year, I wasn't sure if I was going to come back or not, using my COVID year. So it kind of all hit me at once after last year because I didn't really think about that kind of stuff. And so it ended up not being great for me. So like this year, I've tried to deal with it better, kind of look more big picture throughout the entire season and handle it earlier on. And then, as we wind down, we only have a couple games, only I think 6 possible games left to go. So my career is obviously coming to an end, and just kind of deal with that as it goes.
Mason Smith with Birmingham Central. Obviously, Chris,
top NBA prospect. How are you kind of just balancing that and make sure you prepare for NCAA tournament run with your teammates?
Yeah, I just think it's something that I have to look at like after the season. So I'm just focusing on my team, just trying to do whatever we can to win these next few games, the next couple of days, and throughout the season. I mean, obviously, that could be in the future, but honestly, I just take it game by game, just enjoy this time with my teammates, because we got a couple of guys here. It's gonna be the last time around, so just try to enjoy it with them, enjoy it with the whole team.
Philip, I mean, Auburn's one of the best shot blocking teams in the country, especially down low. Is there a defense that you've played against this season that kind of reminds you of it, and how do you kind of prepare to go up against that?
I'm not sure. You know, I feel like in the Big Ten, we have teams that are really good shot blockers. Like, for example, Rutgers, you know, Omori is a great shot blocker. Trace too. You know, so we have great players too that are elite shot blockers. So you gotta really take your time and be patient. But I don't think this is anything that will. I mean, it's not like we haven't seen it before. But you know, we respect that they're elite at it. So we just gotta understand when you drive in there, what's gonna happen.
Any more questions? Okay, gentlemen, good luck. Thank you. Okay, we are ready for Coach Fran McCaffrey. If you would, please raise your hand. We'll get you a mic, and please state your name and affiliation. Very back, Coach.
Hi, Coach. Bob Hanson, Hawkeye
Who?
Radio Network. Good to see you again.
Good to
Coach.
see you, Bobby.
Yeah. So you're one win away from 20 wins once again. I think out of 5, 6, 7 years in a row. Talk about this team and the uniqueness of this group of guys.
I think, Bobby, coming into the season, we thought we could be a good team, but we lost a lot from last year. You lose the 4th pick, you lose a guy that scored 2,000 points. We lost quite a bit, and other people had to step up in different roles, and they did that. And Philip Obracha, I think, took his game to a whole nother level, which was critical to our success. One of the main reasons why we're here. I thought, Connor McCaffrey had a spectacular season across the board as a leader, filling the stat line. We got a spectacular season, which I think we thought we would after we moved Tony Perkins into the starting lineup last year. The last part of the season, you figured he would come in and kind of have the year he did. That was critical. But I thought the guys were locked in from day one. We start practice in June now, as you know, and I thought really came together. Our experienced guys and our younger guys, great attitude in the locker room, and it's a fun team to coach.
Here in the middle.
David Eichel, 24/7 Sports. Fran, how big was it to get Patrick going? I think over the last couple of games, had 23 against Nebraska. Kind of looks like he got his legs more under him. I know you said he's been practicing well.
He was, David. He had been practicing well. I don't think, like you said, when he first came back, that he did have his legs underneath him. He wasn't the same, but he was still fairly productive due to his skill set and his experience. But he's really stepped up in the last couple of weeks and played very well. Gives us a veteran guy, a guy who's been a starter, is capable of being a starter, double-figure scorer. I think his defense and rebounding have really improved, and it gives you another weapon offensively, along with Peyton Sanford on the perimeter. Those two guys coming off the bench. Peyton, of course, 6th man of the year. Also took a step. We're talking about the team in reference to Bobby's question. He was spectacular all season as well.
To your left.
Adam Jacoby, Rivals.com. Could you talk a little bit more about the senior leadership that you've gotten from Philip and Connor, especially as the season's been sort of up and down from a wins-losses perspective, how they've kept it steady?
I think it's absolutely critical that those guys led the way they did, because you're right. In our league, being as balanced as it is, you can feel really good one day and not so good the next day. It's hard to win on the road in any league, but in our league, it's really difficult. And the ability to stay the course and to remain professional and businesslike in your approach every night in this league is not going to happen unless you have that kind of leadership, especially with your young guys. When you need them to contribute the way they have, it's the communication not only on the court as it's happening in real time, but in the locker room after a tough loss, on the bus, on the plane. Having those kind of conversations from someone other than the coaching staff is what develops confidence, and that's the only way a young guy is going to produce at this level. So, coaching's important, but leadership from your seniors like Connor and Philip, there's just no substitute for that.
Very back.
Coach, let's talk about the matchup. Auburn, Bruce Pearl spent time at Iowa. I know you're friends with Bruce. Just elaborate a little bit on that relationship and then what the type of style in the game we're going to see tomorrow.
Yeah, I got to know Bruce actually when he was at Iowa. I was at Notre Dame, and got to know Coach Davis well, Gary Close, Rich Walker, that staff. I've been friends with Bruce ever since. Done a spectacular job everywhere he's been. They run really good stuff. I think they execute well at the half-court level. They can play fast. They can grind it at half-court if they want to. But I think ultimately they defend. They're going to put pressure on the ball. They're going to, challenge you on your actions, and then also fight you on the glass. So a lot of times when you get to this point in the season, everything that happens, a lot of times it comes down to rebounding the ball, and they're really good at it. So that'll be a challenge for us.
Back in the middle.
Fran, I know Bruce Pearl's teams are very heavy on ball pressure and physicality. Is there any team that you guys have played this year that kind of resembles the style of defense they like to play?
I think they're different than teams in our league, but there are components that are similar. I mean, Rutgers is one that comes to mind, half-court defense. Northwestern, half-court defense. Then you have teams like Maryland that are really quick and athletic, like them. Indiana, same thing. So we've seen a lot of what we'll see in different ways from different teams in our league. Nobody wants to hear from him.
Your father-in-law wants to ask a question. Talk about playing Auburn. I don't want to know, an hour away from campus here, or hour and a half, no matter, or just tee it up, let's play.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to think much about that. I mean, obviously, from a fan's perspective, fans want your team closer. So, for them, I'm sure they're excited about it. But as far as how we look at this game and how we prepare, it'll be the same. We see a lot of hostile environments in our league. Okay, thanks, guys.
Okay, we are ready to begin the Houston press conference. Please remember to state your name and affiliation once we get a mic to you. And also, as a reminder, there's no video recording of any of our press conferences. Joining us today are student athletes Jamal Shed and Jawan Roberts. And raise your hand, we'll get you a microphone.
James Mueller, the Cougar. Jamal, last week you talked about just remembering Northern Kentucky watching them beat Cincinnati. Now that you've had a little more time to study them, sort of impressions of the team, sort of the challenges they bring.
They're really good at what they do. You know, they're top 5 in the nation in steals, and they really move the ball. You know, they know their strengths, and they really play together. You can tell that those guys have a lot of good chemistry just by on film. Just, you know, they play together. Everybody shares the ball well. Nobody looks selfish. You know, they look like a really solid team. And that matchup zone they run is pretty impressive. You know, they do a really good job at what they do.
Joseph Duarte, Houston Chronicle. Jamal and Jaywan, you guys have had, you know, seasons like last year where you didn't play with some guys, especially Marcus. With his status right now sort of up in the air, how do you guys approach an opener, you know, whether he's going to be at full strength or not, you know, for the early part of the tournament?
You approach it the same way we do every game, you know, same mindset, same preparation, just come in ready to work, come in listening, come in focused.
You know, just basically having confidence, you know, in our other players, knowing it's time to step up, and it's, you know, one game at a time. And at this point in our season, we know how important every game is. And, you know, without even Marcus not playing, if he might or not, you know, we just still got to keep going. You know, there's 13 more players on the roster, you know, and you all just got to step up.
Chancellor Johnson, KPRC, for both players. When you think about going back to like the summer workouts, all those grueling practices, those long workouts and everything like that, to get to this point, the position that you guys are in, to make this 3-week hopeful run for you guys, what kind of comes to mind when you know, now that you're here at this big stage now?
Just basically all the work that we put in for this very moment. We had a great season, and you know, it matters now. You know, all the early waking ups, you know, going at each other in practice every day, you know, it prepares us for this moment, and we never take it for granted. And we know how important every game is, and once you stick together, you know, I just feel like, you know, we can keep going.
Just taking it one game at a time, and realizing that every game could be your last. So not taking it for granted, like he said, but realizing that you're playing for more than yourself. Just you want to play with the guys that you're with right now for as long as possible.
Mason Smith with Bama Central. Guys, also, I know you're taking it one game at a time, but both you and Alabama projected to be, you know, potential Final Four matchups, potential championship matchups. What is it like, having that down the road and potentially kind of, you know, having that rematch after what happened just in the regular season?
You know, they're a really good team. They've been doing really good all year, and they've deserved their ranking, and they deserve what predictions they get because, you know, they're playing at a really high level. So, you know, it's exciting getting a little bit of media and getting a little bit of predictions, like you said. But, you know, like I said, we got to focus on the first game just to get to those games. You got to take it one game at a time.
Basically, same thing like you said. You know, that game is probably going to be later down the road. You know, we got a game this Thursday. So our focus isn't really on that, but, you know, just what's in front of us.
Yeah, Jawan, Jairus has talked about just your mentorship of him, and Jamal was telling us the other day just his advice to, you know, the freshmen like Terrence and Emmanuel when they're playing on this big stage. What advice do you have for Jairus, you know, now that, you know, you're under the biggest lights?
You know, just to have fun. You know, this is something that you see growing up. You know, as a little kid, you watch March Madness, and you want to be in March Madness. So, you know, now you're actually here. You know, it ain't no running from it now. So, you know, my advice to him, too, is just go out and just have fun. You know, play with your brothers that you've been doing the whole year. You know, and stick to the script. You know, don't try to do nothing different because, the lights are brighter. Don't try to be Superman or, try to impress somebody. Just stay the course, and whatever you want to accomplish, we'll get it done.
Jason Bristol, KHOU. It's one thing when you guys play in your conference, teams are used to the way you defend and rebound, but how you do it, do you look at that as an advantage here in the tournament where you're facing teams that have never seen your style of play and have actually faced you guys, and how you go about with defense and rebounding?
Yeah, I think that was an advantage we had last year. We kind of surprised teams with just about how aggressive we came out and just how physical we were. So, it helps because, a lot of teams aren't prepared for that or they haven't seen it before. There's sometimes you try to prepare for something, but you can't duplicate what we do when we're doing it the right way. So, it helps us a lot.
And that's just our culture, just trying to be consistent with what we do. Going to the same game with the same mindset, the same approach every time. And, now that we're playing against a different team, you can't, I'm not going to say you can't prepare for what we do, but we do it at such a high level that, it's kind of hard to stop that sometimes once we all engage into the same thing. So, just going forward, playing against new teams, we still going to have to adjust because we're playing a new team. But once we stick to our culture, do what we've been doing, I think, we'll be pretty good.
Jamal, after the Memphis game the other night, Coach was telling us that he sort of had to put on the psychology hat and remind you guys that you're still Houston, even though you haven't lost a lot in the last year. Did a game like that come at a good time in terms of maybe some adversity, maybe get that loss out of the way as you enter the tournament, that kind of stuff?
Yes and no, because, you never want to lose. Loss is just never something you want to schedule or plan. If we went 34-0, we would be happy with that. So certain losses help us. Temple loss helped us. Alabama loss helped us. And hopefully the Memphis loss is going to help us going forward. But hopefully a lot of guys got to grow in that game. Terrence played 35 minutes in that game. That's the most minutes he's played this whole year. And E-Man played a lot of minutes in that game. And Jay got to sit out and realize how he could help in that game. So hopefully the young guys got to realize how they can help going forward.
And that loss, too, just shows, how hard it is to win the game. We never just go in the game thinking it's going to be easy or we're going to blow a team out. It's never like that. And we just know, once we come with the wrong approach, anything can happen. So just taking that loss, we don't look at it as anything bad, but just to learn from our mistakes, and move forward to the next game.
Up front?
What is it?
Chancellor Johnson, KPRC, for both players, for guys both of you guys have been here before. How would you kind of compare the speed and the intensity from maybe the regular season to these winter go home games that you guys will now be playing from here on out?
I mean, nobody wants to lose. So at this time now, everybody gonna give it their all. Sacrifice their bodies for anything because no one wants to go home. And I just feel like everybody in this tournament, playing for one goal. So going into any game that we have further on, we're going to get their best and they're going to get our best. So, let the toughest team win.
You said it perfectly.
Any more questions?
You did.
Okay, man, thank you.
You did, man.
Yeah, go straight to questions.
Okay, at this time, we will start with Coach Kelvin Sampson, and we'll just go straight to questions.
Mark Berman from Fox in Houston. Kelvin, can you give us first of all, hope you're doing well. Can you give us an update or status on Marcus?
Who?
Marcus Sasser.
What number is he?
Okay. Even in Birmingham, you bust our chops, right?
Don't ever forget where you came from, Berman.
And I don't. So can you give us an update on Marcus?
You know, he did some things today. Broke a sweat. Did some shooting drills. He didn't go full speed. So that's the update. I don't know. We'll see. The game's at 8:20 tomorrow night. It's one of those infamous game time decisions, I guess.
Up front?
But we'll see. I mean, he's if it had been up to Marcus, he might have tried to play Sunday. Sometimes as a coach, you got to save them from themselves. But I'm not going to jeopardize he or our team. But Marcus and I have a kind of relationship where he'll do what I ask him to do.
Joseph Duarte, Houston Chronicle. Kelvin, as a follow-up to that, and you mentioned this in Fort Worth, given his importance and your desire not to put him in any harm or additional harm, is there value in sitting him for a game, or is that kind of play with the player's rhythm and this time of year and getting out there?
Well, I know how hard it is to win a game. So if the doctors think he can play, and if he wants to play, and we're not risking further injury, then he'll play. If he is, he won't. Simple as that. But if we don't, we got some other kids on scholarship we'll throw out there. Okay, guys, that's it. You just want to know about Marcus, right? I mean, that's why you came. That's about Marcus. I mean, the other guys on the team don't matter. Is that what you're saying? Or because if no other questions, I can leave. Oh, my man's got one.
Hi, James Weber, Cincinnati Enquirer. Just
from where?
Cincinnati Enquirer.
Where's that at?
Northern Kentucky, close to it.
Huh?
Northern Kentucky, close to it.
Okay.
Across the river. Yeah. So, I know the players were saying they have a lot of respect for NKU and what they can do, and you were saying something to these guys the other day. The same thing. You saw them play, and you have a lot of respect for what they can do. So, what are the biggest challenges that they give you?
Well, there's a lot of things about basketball that's very subjective, and there's a lot of things that's very objective. For instance, if I were taking a test and they were true and false, or multiple choice, and they had 3 answers, well, I can study and give you the answer. But in subjective, it's totally how you see it or how would you react to it, and that's how they play. They're very subjective with their defense. It's a matchup, switching, stripping, grabbing, turn you over. They force you to play in a way you haven't seen before. It doesn't matter who plays against them. You're going to have possessions where you look lost because they don't do anything that has anything to do with the plays or sets or actions that we've run this year. It's concepts. They go through with a cutter. They don't go through with a cutter. They switch every screen. They force you to play outside of the paint because they pack the paint. So The closest thing I've seen to their defense is when Mick Cronin was at Cincinnati. When Mick was there, they ran a similar kind of defense. Old Jerry Tarkanian, when he was a coach at Vegas and Fresno, he called it the amoeba. But it's very, very similar. It's good. And then they have their team's very well put together. The Warwick kid, star, left-handed. It's hard to keep him off his left because he knows how every team he's played against has tried to make him go right. So he knows how to go back left. I love the Vincent kid. Smart, knows how to play, ball player. Brandon kidd, elite offensive rebounder. Rhodes, Robinson, Faulkner, well put together. They have a good team, which is kind of a duh statement. They're champions. Teams that are here are good. Every team is good. When our name was flashed up on the bracket, I knew we'd be playing a good team. So we prepare for a Northern Kentucky team that's been through the battles. They're well tested. They're well coached, and they're very disciplined.
Chancellor Johnson, KPRC in Houston, and Kelvin, you've talked about before that you're always learning. What's something over the past few years in the tournament that you've learned about yourself or managing the team that you feel like can help going with this group of guys you have this season, if anything at all?
Sometimes you ask somebody if you're writing their book. What I learned about myself. Well, I've been to 19 of these, and they're all the same to me. It's the tournament. It's what everybody wants to do. People that don't have a basketball background have no idea how hard it is to make NCAA tournament. One of my best friends was Tommy Amaker. Coached against him when he was at Michigan. He was there 6 years and didn't make the tournament. And he's a great coach and had a very successful program, but they didn't make the tournament. That's how hard it is. Look at all the programs in our conference that hasn't made it in years. Look at the year we went to the Final Four. I don't think Duke or Kentucky made the tournament. So if you ask me what I've learned, I don't know if I've learned as much as I've had things reconfirmed or affirmed or reaffirmed. When you go through the rigors of a 30-plus game schedule, and you ride the highs and lows of 18 to 22-year-olds, and every day you have a thermometer, and you're sticking it under their tongue, or you're taking your index finger and your middle finger, and you're placing it on their wrist to check their pulse. As a coach, nobody knows your team like you do, because the coach deals in facts. Everybody else deals in opinions. So I've learned nothing. I just know that I know the facts of our basketball team. I know how our team ticks. I know their temperature. But knowing their temperature is important, but understanding the purpose of a thermometer might be more important. So, but it's a tournament. I don't get overly excited about it. I don't overreact to it. Our last 3 games was East Carolina, Cincinnati, and Memphis. And now our next game is Northern Kentucky. I can see other people getting all crazy about this stuff. We don't. We've been doing this 30-some games. This is our next game. For some people, it's their first game. But it's our 30, what is our record? I don't even know. What is our record? So that's 34 games. So it's our 35th game. Think about it. Not our first one. It's our 35th. It's our next game. And that's the way we've approached it since I've been here.
Right here, to your right, Coach. Brian Smith, Houston Chronicle. Kelvin, Jarris Walker's done a lot of different things for you this year. Obviously, he's a freshman. He's people want to talk about lottery pick, but this is a moment for him to shine and to really show what he can do within your team. What's it like from your perspective for him entering this tournament, knowing it's a little different for him just to where his future might immediately go?
Well, my approach to Jairus is, he's a spoke. He's not the wheel. He's a spoke. The wheel is the team. It's not a player. It's not an individual. We have a team, a really good team, because we're made up of really good spokes, and they all fit. Jairus has a role. His role is not to lead us in scoring. He's not going to get the most shots. He's not a volume scorer. If he was in a program that wasn't 31-3 or wasn't ranked or any of that was just kind of, a rebuilding program, and he went there and he's shooting all the balls. Jairus could put up some numbers now, but he'd have some 6 for 25 nights too. But he'd have some 14 for 25 nights. So you have to decide which night who he is. But for us, he fits, and I think Jairus likes that. I think that's why he chose us, because he knew we were going to be good. And he didn't have to go somewhere and have to be somebody he's not. Jairus' game doesn't equal be the best player. He's not Allen Iverson. He's not Kevin Durant. He's not that kind of player. But he came to play for a coach that understood him and understood who he is. That's why Jairus is. He's ridden the wave of the freshmen. He's up and down a little bit, but he's been really good this year. Now, if he left some people wanting more, then that's because you didn't know who he was. Some people say, well, wait, we thought he'd be better. Based on what? That somebody that you have no idea who he is put a number, a 5 number before his name. You say, well, what is a 5-star? And I go back to the year we went to the Final Four. The 2 best recruiting classes in the nation that year was Kentucky and Duke. They had a team full of 5-stars. Well, neither one of them made the tournament. They didn't make it. We had none, and we went to the Final Four. So what is the goal? To collect, to find as many pieces of gold that you can, or just have the best team you can. I know how to put together a team. I know how a team fits. I recruited him because he's not a star. I recruited him because he embraces being a great teammate. I saw him play for Team Thrill, his AAU team out of Baltimore. I went down to Bradenton, saw him play with IMG a lot. He plays for us like he needs to play. The last game we played, we played without our best player. He didn't play very well. He needed to play better. For us to win that game, he needed to have played better. But he didn't need to score 30 points and get 20 rebounds. Jairus can be the best player on the floor getting 14 points and 8 rebounds because he impacts it other ways. His best games are going to be much more like 14 to 15 points, 7, 8 rebounds. That's a really good game for him. Now, a kid like that also could get drafted 6th in the draft. There was a kid that got drafted 30th last year that averaged 4 points a game. So the NBA draft has nothing to do with stats. Now, where you're rated in guys that do that recruiting services, they may look at stats. But I don't look at stats, but I'm not a fan. I'm not a season ticket holder. I actually do this for a living. So what I look for is a kid that fits our program, and I think that's going to be Jairus' value in the NBA. He fits. That's why whoever drafts him, and he'll be drafted high, whoever drafts him is getting a kid that's going to be a great fit. He's just not going to be your leading scorer. But he's a great piece on a championship team because he's very unselfish. He's a great teammate. And that's what great teams have. Great teams are full of great teammates.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
They can hear me? Yeah.
Okay, we are ready. We got I'm sorry, I've already forgotten how to say it.
The Lazarus Key.
The Lazarus Keys and Simeon Fryer. So if you would please raise your hand and we'll start right there.
Hey, Nick Alvarez, AL.com. Obviously, a couple years ago, UMBC kind of had like the 16-seed blueprint, knocking off Virginia. I guess to what extent have you guys talked about, putting your name in the history books in that context against Alabama tomorrow?
Well, it's March. I feel like at this point, anybody can beat anybody. We're not really coming here to lose, obviously, and we're actually coming here to shock the world, I would say.
And, we have a game plan, so we're going to stick with it. And, whatever happens, happens. We're going to play to our fullest. It's our last game, win or lose,
Mason Smith with Bama Central. Obviously, Brandon Miller, one of the best players in the country. Just what do you guys see from him on tape that's allowed him to be so successful?
Just the fact that he's 6'9" with guard skills, can shoot the ball, can basically score at all three levels. He's a great player, and he's fun to watch.
No, like really fun to watch. Being able to play against him and probably end up guarding him, it's going to be really good. And he's a very talented player. And, he's going to do what he has to do to get his team to win. So it's going to be very exciting.
John Zeno, Associated Press. Either one of you or both of you. I mean, how much kind of loose are y'all knowing that really the pressure's on Alabama? I mean, does that take some pressure off y'all? Can y'all just make it easier to relax and just go out there and play?
No, not really, because they're the number one in their seed, and they're number one for a reason. They're really good. I've been watching them throughout the year on TV and YouTube and stuff like that. So the pressure's really on us still, because we got to compete and not. If we end up losing, we can't lose by a lot, because that's not our goal. We're here to win by 1 or 2, just whatever it takes.
Obviously, a quote-unquote disadvantage of a first four game is being able to play while the other team's kind of rested up. Now that you guys have been to a first four game, do you think it's benefited you guys the fact you guys had some more rhythm and got a chance to play before meeting Alabama?
I would say yes, just because, just like you said, we can catch like a rhythm. I mean, it's March, so anything can happen in March, basically. Anybody can beat anybody, so I think it's good that we got our win, our feet on the floor, kind of, so yeah.
Over the course of the season, where do you think you guys have kind of grown as a group, just to kind of, are you guys playing your best ball right now?
Oh yeah, definitely. Ever since I forgot when it was, middle of the season, when we lost 2 games back to back, Coach told us last year this is when we started our 6-game losing streak, and after that we had to pick it up. Next practice, we started practicing harder on fourth, and every game we played, our first mindset was to win, just win it all and go as far as we can go.
Quentin Martinez, Corpus Christi Caller Times. Can you just talk about what everybody's had to do in terms of picking up the slack after Terrion went down in the championship game? Obviously, losing such a key part of your team in the conference tournament. How's everybody kind of stepped up and been able to kind of fill that role in their own way?
I feel like everybody stepped up good, and it kind of happened before Terrion, when Tyrese went down, Big Steve went down. So we actually have I believe, 5 players who are out right now with injuries, and we basically, some people that are used to playing guard got to play big now. So we're all just trying to step it up, do what's ever possible for the team so we can win.
Chris Thomason, KIII TV in Corpus. Talk about the quick turnaround. Got into Dayton, or got in from Dayton about 1 o'clock in the morning. Did you guys get to at least sleep in a little bit? And you feeling it all today?
Yeah, we got to sleep in pretty good. Woke up, ate breakfast, lunch, got some stretching in, of course, watched film, and, we got a lot of rest in.
Yeah, got a lot of rest. Almost feels like AAU a little bit with the crazy quick schedule, but it's fun for sure. It's a blessing being here.
You guys have been through a lot in your careers. Now third year, you're the oldest guys on the team. What does it mean to you to be part of Texas A&M Corpus Christi history? You guys had never won a tournament game before. You guys won 5 games in your first year at the school. What does it mean to be a part of the history that you guys have made so far this season?
It's actually pretty crazy. When I first came here and I actually got injured first half of the season, so I wasn't playing. I was at home, and COVID had hit, so I wasn't allowed to travel. And, I was just watching them on TV playing every game. Then, we kept losing and stuff. And then Lutz came in, and, we had a talk, and, I believed in him. And he said he's going to get some guys in here that can, want to win. And he brought the guys in first time we played pickup. Like, I seen it. I was like, yeah, we got a chance. And, we won the conference, and then we repeated, and now we're here again. So it's a great feeling. It's truly a blessing.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. It's a great feeling to know that the first year here we only won 5 games, and then we basically get a whole new everything, coaching staff, players. There was only 3 players who returned, which was myself, Laz, and Miles Smith. And then after that, it was just, you couldn't really kind of get worse than that. So we had no real fear besides just playing your heart out every game. And then when Lutz came, he just changed the whole mindset to a winning mindset. So after that, first year we did okay. We didn't win conference, but we won the conference tournament, made the March Madness, lost first round. And then we knew, since we did it last year, we can do it again. It's possible. We had a majority of the guys returned. So it was a good feeling to know that we're winners actually now, so it's a good feeling.
Playing about 50 minutes from Tuscaloosa, what do you think the atmosphere is going to be like here tomorrow playing in that?
It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. I know they're going to bring as many fans as possible, but we also got our fans, so it's going to be a great atmosphere. I'm just ready to play at this point.
Excited to play.
Just for an audience member who's not going to be maybe super familiar with you guys tomorrow, going to be turning on the games, kind of how would you describe kind of your team's brand of basketball and how you guys could potentially match up against a team like Alabama?
I would say just being very aggressive on defense, trying to turn them over as much as possible, crashing on the boards, just doing all the dirty work as possible, and just locking in.
Facts. Alabama, they're a lot more linkier than us, taller than us. They got more bigs than us right now. And, we're just focused on having to box out and just battle down there because there are good offensive and defensive rebounding teams. So that's just one thing we got to, work on, and hopefully we can do good.
Any more questions? Okay, gentlemen, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy. So we know that we're kind of up against it a little bit, but that's why you do this. That's why we play this tournament. You have an opportunity to come into what will essentially be a home environment for them and shock the world. So we're excited about the opportunity.
Up front to your right. How tough is it getting here more late than other teams? And then, like you said, a home environment, it's kind of a double negative. What do you tell your guys with that?
I tell them to be thankful to be here and don't bitch, because there's a lot of teams that are sitting at home wanting this opportunity. You know, it is what it is, guys. That they deserve to have every opportunity afforded them. They're the #1 seed in the overall seed in the tournament, and we had to play the play-in game to get here. But man, I wouldn't trade this for anything. We have a chance to go play them, and hey, everybody in the country and most of the world will know who the heck we are if we beat them tomorrow. So this is what you dream about when you're a little kid. This is what you dream about when you're a coach, right? You have this opportunity, so you got to enjoy every moment. Life's too short not to do that.
Nick Alvarez, AL.com. You mentioned everyone will know you guys if you pull it off tomorrow. Have you talked to your team about the UMBC Virginia game from a couple years back, the last time, I think the only time, 16-1 time?
We have not talked specifically about the UMBC game, but you know, as I've said before in other interviews, you know, we've been on the road at Mississippi State and had the lead. We've been on the road at Arizona and had the lead when they were top 5 in the country. You know, we've been to Notre Dame, we've been to on and on and on. You know, the difference is we're not going to get a guarantee check for this game, but if we win this game, it's more important than any guarantee check you're going to get. I promise you that. So, you know, we talk about living in the present. We talk about enjoying the moment. We talk about doing your best every single day. And if you do your best and we beat Alabama, man, they'll never, ever forget it. And if they do their best and they lose to Alabama, they'll never forget it because they did their best. And that's what matters.
So similarly, I guess with your team, the current makeup, the guys are mentioning you have a couple bigs hurt right now, but kind of what's the recipe for the upset? I guess what are you guys going to have to do to hang with Alabama tomorrow?
I think we'll all go to mass before the game. We'll start there. But no, we've had some injuries. Yeah, I mean, we lost Terrion Murdix, and he's a first-team All-League player. He's a defensive player of the year in our league. That hurts. But we beat Northwestern State without him. We beat Southeast Missouri without him. Now, I'd be an idiot to think that Southeast Missouri State and Northwestern State, no offense to them, are of the same quality and caliber as Alabama. We've got to do what we do every single game. You know, we've got to get ourselves some easy opportunities on the offensive end through our defense, and then we've got to get our butts back in transition and not allow them to excel because they're fantastic in transition. You've got to guard the three-point line with these guys. I mean, almost every other shot is a three, and that's different. That's different for post players because post players typically run back to the rim. Well, now you've got to run back and guard somebody that can shoot a three, and you know, so you've got to make some adjustments there, and then you can't foul them and put them to the free throw line. And we obviously have been one of the better free throw shooting teams in the country. We've gotten to the foul line at a high rate, and that's been a great recipe for success for us. So we've got to stick to what we do and be great at it.
Quentin Martinez, Corpus Christi Caller-Times. You talked about stepping up in the absence of several players that are injured. Jalen Jackson has really shouldered a lot of the scoring for you guys the last two games. He had his career high last night in winning against Southeast Missouri. You know, what have you seen from him, and how has he been able to kind of pick it up and really add to what you guys are able to do without Murdix?
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Jackson, this is his 4th NCAA tournament. Unfortunately, he was on the other team. He was at North Texas when they beat us when I was at Purdue. I think we were a 4 seed, they were a 9 seed. So he's got a lot of experience, and he's a really good basketball player. You know, the thing about it is we played both point guards together. We played Murdix and we played him. So he maybe didn't get as many opportunities to score, but now the ball's in his hands a little bit more, and he's taking advantage of it. I mean, he's as powerful and as fast a downhill driver as I've coached in a while. So he's got physical abilities, and now he's getting a chance to showcase his talent. So couldn't be more excited for him, you know, and then for him to make all those free throws last night, man, that got us over the hump. So I'm obviously very thankful for that.
Coach, what are your thoughts on facing Brandon Miller and having to have the guys guard him tomorrow?
I was kind of hoping he'd get the flu or something tonight, not to wish ill will upon the young man, but no, I think he's fantastic. We're going to all have to guard Brandon Miller, and I know that there's a lot of really good coaches that they've played this year, and they've all tried to guard Brandon Miller, and it wasn't always successful. So we, again, kind of like I said a minute ago, we've got to do our best, but you can't put one person on Brandon Miller and expect to hold him below his average. I mean, it's going to have to be a team effort. And we're always going to have to know where he's at and, you know, give the guy his credit. You know, he's got a chance to have a lengthy NBA career.
Any more questions? Okay, Coach, thanks and good luck.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we are ready to begin with Northern Kentucky. We're going to start with Marquez Warwick, Sam Vinson, Trey Robinson, Chris Brandon, and Trayvon Faulkner. If you have questions, please raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you. Please state your name and affiliation.
Right here, front.
James Weber from the Inquirer. From any players, what has this experience been like so far?
I mean, honestly, what we thought of, open practice soon, the interviews, just things like that. It's a new experience for a lot of us, but, we're happy to be here, fortunate and blessed to be here.
Jason Bristol from KHOU in Houston. Chris, I was wondering how a guy from Houston gets to Northern Kentucky, and were you a Rockets fan growing up?
Yeah, growing up, I was a Rockets fan. My uncle, he coaches with the Rockets, so I went to a lot of the games. Watching James and them play was exciting. So yeah, I was for sure.
And how did you get to Northern Kentucky?
Well, I transferred out from Detroit. Went to Northern Kentucky. They had a winning program, so obviously we won and got here. That's one of the main reasons I came north to because they win. So yeah.
Front row.
Joseph Duarte, Houston Chronicle. I'm sorry, I can't see that. For Marquez and Chris, when you look at the tape, what jumps out about Houston, and whether Sasser's available or not, does that change a lot of what they do?
Yeah, no, that doesn't change anything. That doesn't change our prep or how we come into the game mentality-wise. But they're definitely disciplined, good right set of mind on defense, especially. Everybody knows that's their reputation. Good defensive team, slow pace on offense. So take those things in mind, and so yeah, we're prepared though.
Very back.
Chris Rankel, Local 12 in Cincinnati. Trayvon, you were on that team in 2020 that punched their ticket but didn't get to go. What is this moment like, being able to go back to the big dance and kind of finally see that to fruition?
This moment, it feels good just to be back after we had lost last year in 2020. But that's really the main reason why I came back here for 5th year is to be back in this moment. And I feel very blessed, and my team's very blessed to be here in this moment.
In the very back.
Right here, this is for Chris. Chris, you talked about the Houston thing, man. When you see the selection show and you see them pop up on that other line that you're playing Houston, what is that like for you to see that?
It was pretty exciting. Houston's a pretty good team, so I think the challenge will be good for us. And I'm just, we all ready to play, ready for tomorrow.
Back corner.
Follow-up for Trayvon. Have you talked to any of those other guys, like Tyler or any of the guys that had their last chance in 2020 to go to the tournament, and do you kind of carry them with you when you're going to be out there this time?
Yes, sir. I talked to a couple of my teammates, like Dantez, Jalen, Bryson Langdon. He actually came to our championship game, so I got to chop it up with him. But this is a moment that they wanted, but it feels good to do it for them and have their support behind us.
Right here, and then we'll go to the front.
Kelvin Sampson and a couple of their starters were talking earlier about how much respect they have for the way you guys play defense and how much of a challenge that will be for them. Just talk about the way you guys have been playing defense, and what do you hope to do tomorrow?
Yeah, we're just going to try to do the same thing we've been doing all year. We're known for our defense. We like to dictate what other teams do, get aggressive, try to get out in passing lanes and get some steals. So we're just coming in with the same mindset to be aggressive on defense and try to get after them a little bit.
Front right.
Marquez, you sort of grew up around college basketball, or at least through your dad, and the moment he had. Is that kind of nice that you can now maybe create your own moment after, does he share any details about, his time in the NCAA tournament?
Oh, you talking about Coach Horns?
No, Hakeem.
Oh, no. A lot of people got that mixed up. That's not my dad. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's not my dad.
Okay. Well, then I know this family ones, right? Well, Chris, Uncle John, do you tell him to wear a Northern Kentucky shirt tomorrow, or is he a Houston guy, or what's that like this week for the family?
I mean, for sure, he has to wear some NKU gear. You know, I am his nephew, so hopefully he does put it on and root for us. But you know, I'm just happy to be here. You know.
This is for any of you guys. Stepping out there today for your practice inside the arena, what can you accomplish? What do you want to get out of that? You know, about 24 hours or so before the game.
We just really want to go out here, lock in, get a feel for the arena, and just get in that mode for tomorrow. We know it's going to be a challenging game, but we just got to go out here, get in that mode, and be ready to compete tomorrow.
Right here to your right.
I know the other night you guys were saying, you know, all the pressure's on Houston and you're going to play pressure free. Do you guys still feeling that way 24 hours before the game?
Yeah, I mean, we're locked in. It's just another team that we got to play with more at stake, but we're coming in with the same mentality. I mean, they're a 1 seed, so if they don't win, that means a lot of pressure on them, and nobody's picking for us to win, so that makes it a lot easier on us. We're just going to let loose.
Very back.
What would you all say to Sam? I guess this would be for you, since you are from the area in Northern Kentucky. The fans that are going to show out, that are going to make the drive down here, 7-hour drive or so. What would you say to those fans for making the trip, and who are?
I mean, like we said it all year, we thank our fans after every game. They're really our sixth man, so for them to make the drive all the way out there, we're super blessed to have great fans, and we're super thankful for them. So just them coming out to support us for tomorrow would be huge, and we just probably say thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, gentlemen, thank you and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
in front of the tag, right?
Do you want to give an opening statement or go straight to questions?
I'll give an opening statement. It's fine.
Okay, to the podium we have Coach Darren Horn. He's going to give you an opening statement, and then we'll take your questions.
Obviously, thrilled to be here and have the opportunity to play on the biggest stage in college basketball. And, as a coach, when I took this job 4 years ago, I made no bones about this. This is our goal. This is what we want to do every year. And, I'd love to go undefeated and win every conference regular season title. But the most important thing to me was 3 days in March. And, our guys did a terrific job of that this year. We've played our best basketball down the stretch, and it's been a collective effort. Our challenge in the ups and downs during the year was getting the consistency that we needed, right, from especially our key guys. But down the stretch, everybody that played was at a high level and very consistent. And we get rewarded with all that, playing a really good Houston team, right? But the opportunity to compete on this stage is what you want, and so we're looking forward to the opportunity.
Okay, if you'll raise your hand, we'll get a mic. Front row, and then we'll go right behind.
James Mueller, the Cougar. Just regardless if Sasser plays or not tomorrow, just can you expand on some of those challenges you've seen from that team and what makes them so difficult to prepare for?
Yeah, I have so much respect for Kelvin and the job that he's done, at Houston, which is not a surprise, right? It's what he's done everywhere that he's been. And I think, in a word, the thing that's so impressive to me about Houston is their consistency, right? And you could talk about it over the last several years, but then specifically with this team, like it's just hard when you're watching film to find a possession where they're not at a high level doing what they do well. And clearly for us, the two biggest challenges are going to be on the glass and taking care of the basketball. I think those are two huge areas. In large part, I mean, it's a challenge for us every game. With how we're built, but I think especially when you go against somebody that's literally the best in the country at those two things, those are areas that are going to be really important playing this game, and that's regardless of who they play. I mean, Sasser's fantastic, without question, but they're much more than him. They're number one for a reason.
Right here to your right.
Jason Bristol from KHOU in Houston. For the fans back in Houston or people who aren't familiar with your program, what is Norse basketball?
Yeah, honestly, maybe not as big and strong and as athletic, but pretty similar to Houston in some ways. We really pride ourselves on the defensive end. We were the best defensive team in our league. We ranked nationally in steals per game from a percentage standpoint and turnover margin. And, when you get into these situations and you're the underdog, right, you're trying to look for what are the things that we do well that might give us an advantage, right? And then you look up at who you draw, and they're even better at it than you are. So I think in some ways maybe similar to them. We've got really good guard play on the perimeter for our level, and I think we've got a dynamic athlete on the interior in Chris Brandon. We feel like athletically he can compete with anybody that we play against, and so it's been a group that's come together really good down the stretch and is going to play really well together.
Do you rely on Chris Brandon just for rebounding, or what else does he provide?
Yeah, I mean, what he provides us is a great athletic presence, right? And he's improved offensively and has become a better finisher this year. He's had a bunch of double doubles for us. But the thing that he is, we've got a pretty unique defense with how we play. And, he's a guy that anchors it for us. And not just at the rim, his ability to cover up things on the perimeter in ball screens when we switch and rebound the ball at a high level has just been really good for us. And he's terrific in transition, both offensively and defensively, which is also really big.
A minute ago, a couple of your players were saying, even though this is the big stage, you play in a number one seed, you prepare the same way. Just how do you get your guys to, realize, it's the same game, even though, it's elevated?
Yeah, I think philosophically for us, even down the stretch, right, our whole thing was if we don't play our best, right, and we don't focus on us being our best, and for us on both ends, that begins and ends with being aggressive, then, all the other stuff doesn't really matter, right? And so the stage is bigger for sure, and the opponent is much tougher. But I think for us to have, any chance, we've got to be our best, right? And so we've got to come out and play with an aggressive mindset and kind of take the approach that, how we would prepare for any other game and be able to come out and do that. Now, easier said than done for sure when you get out under the lights and then face a tough opponent, but that's definitely what our preparation will be heading into it. And if our conference tournament is an indication, our guys have done a really good job of that.
Chris Renkel, Local 12, Cincinnati. Darren, this is the second time you've qualified as the head coach for NKU. The first time you're here, obviously, that 2020 season didn't happen. What do you tell the guys, and what does this mean to you to be back in this and have a guy like Trayvon who had the opportunity then didn't get it, but now can come back and, I don't want to say redemption, but be able to play for that 2020 team?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for me, it means to me what it means to the players, right? I'm really fortunate, and you may have heard this, Chris being local, but this is my 30th anniversary of being in the tournament for the first time. I played in it in 1993 and was fortunate to advance to a Sweet 16 as a player. And so I think the thing that you learn being a part of the tournament is just how impactful it is to so many people and what it means to the people around you, family, friends, your university campus and program, the area that you're from. I mean, there's not really much you can do at the university level to get, your program and your school the kind of, publicity and attention and spotlight that this tournament brings. And there's a lot of hard work that goes into that. And so in 2020, when that was taken from our group, and Trayvon's the only guy that, is back from that team. That was a punch in the gut, right? And it literally got taken from us. And so I'm just so happy for our guys because I know how hard they've worked. I'm happy for our fans and our university and everybody associated with Northern Kentucky University because it does mean a lot, and that's not lost on us.
You have any more questions? Okay, Coach.
All right,
thanks.
thank
Good
you all.
luck.